Don Flamenco 1 is among the easiest fights in the game. Don Flamenco 2, on the other hand, that guy's a real Spain in the neck. Welcome to the stream, my friends. Happy Monday! A most unusual day. We're here on Monday night. Thank you for being here. Welcome back to Punch Out, our never-ending first playthrough. Only ends when I successfully defeat Mike Tyson, a feat which I am determined to do with no passwords and with as much outside help and influence as I can possibly avoid. I'm trying to conquer this game with just my B button and my own substandard brain. And well, it's night 13, I do believe. We'll see how I do tonight. My PB is Tyson round 2. Last week, we devoted a night to this, and I made it up to Tyson 4 times, I think. I made it to round 2 the first time, and every other time he demolished me in like the first 3 punches. I wasn't even trying the other 3 times, so I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But welcome in, my friends. Thank you for being here. We've got Dead Zergling first in chat tonight. We've got Mile Hyrule. Some generous anonymous gifter has bestowed a sub. That went to Nerd Dad. So if you're lurking, take a key for coming in. Welcome in, lurkers. Mile Hyrule says, first run will be the run, I can feel it. And Zergling says, first run will be a run. Yeah, all I can say is first run will happen. As far as jokes go, that was a hole in dawn. Oh. Alright, let's press some buttons. So, as per usual, I'm not going to use the passwords, and I don't expect to use the A button at all tonight. Game feels just a little loud to me. I will be throwing the occasional star punch. I will not be... I will not be so ridiculously devoted to the way of the left-hand punch that I make us sit through the tedium of no star punches again. TKO. Jelly and I ate very well tonight. We did yesterday too. But made some stir fry, chicken and cashews in a Thai basil style with jasmine rice and fried eggs on top. It's so good. It's probably the best thing I make. Uncle Muscles, welcome in. Good to see you. VODs have been getting me through rough times and sleepless nights. Very chill content. I appreciate you checking out the VODs, Uncle Muscles. I am very sorry to hear about rough times and sleepless nights. I hope that things turn around for you, my friend. I've definitely been through those, and I definitely wish better for you. How'd that MIB game go? Did you finish? I did, Mile High Roll. That game is really good. There's a couple levels that are a little annoying. But, I mean, what game doesn't have a couple levels that are a little annoying, right? Overall, it's really, really quite good. It's just the enemies are really spongy, and that gets to be a problem on really on just one of the later levels, and then there's two, not really escort missions, but like defense missions that are pretty frustrating. I mean, I beat both of them without too, like, I wasn't stuck for too long on either, but they don't really feel very fair, and so they're kind of annoying. But definitely feel positively about the game. It's like, it's somewhere in like the, like, I don't know, 5.5 out of 7 territory. Very simple set of meals for me today. Roast and salt, prime rib steak, fried up in butter, nice, then salted. A little under the weather, so avoiding dairy at the moment. Sorry to hear you're under the weather, Zergling. I wish you a speedy recovery. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Greg's Retro Channel, welcome in, Greg. Great to see you. Welcome back to Punch-Out, my never-ending Punch-Out playthrough. If I do ever beat Punch-Out, I will be the last man on Earth to do so. TKO. I don't know if the mic is picking that up or not, but I heard a loud noise and I was just thinking, what on earth is going on upstairs? But Jelly is running the vacuum cleaner. Always with the challenge playthroughs. This game doesn't really need any extra challenge rules. One of the hardest games already. Well, the no passwords thing is a foolish rule. The no A button thing is kind of a joke challenge. I don't do that for the challenge. That's just that's just a way, like, that's really just how I naturally play anyway, and I just lean into it more heavily because I don't know, it amuses me how much it baffles people. But that's something like I would like subconsciously I was already playing like that. So like that's like yeah, it's a challenge, but it's not really a challenge. It's that part's just kind of a joke. The no passwords I definitely regret. uh, it makes it look like your controller's broken. Hey Zero, welcome in. Pleasure to see you. How's the ring treating you? We're just getting started for tonight, so um I don't feel the crushing weight of defeat yet. Oh, Zergling, but RKO. I don't know what that stands for. Oh, no? The no passwords thing is a little bit me being stubborn. It's definitely not the way to do the game. Even if I beat the game, like if I put in the passwords and I beat Tyson, I would still want to do a whole run with no passwords anyway, so there is something of a logic to just wanting to go ahead and make my first playthrough a no password playthrough. But really, it's only happened to me because mostly just a stubborn thing. Well, that's the thing, is it's mostly just a stubborn thing because I committed to no passwords at the start of the playthrough before I realized what that was going to mean for me down the road. And I hate to go back on my word. Not that not that I'm not ever humbled into eating my words either. I feel like if I was going to make the switch, night 11 would have been the night to do it, because I already would have like been like, well, I spent 10 nights trying, and also night 11 was the first night back after Baby Man was born. And so, like, I could have used, like, the excuse of, like, you know, I'm a dad now, I don't have time for I don't have time for this stubborn pride, but But I didn't do that. I think Natto had the right idea. Natto's way smarter than me. It's alright. The thing is, like, I'm not, like, it's, you know, it's frustrating not to win and not to make, and especially when, like, I don't make progress. Like, when I make progress, it's fine, but, or when I feel like I might make progress, it's fine. It's just when I feel like I'm not getting anywhere is when it's a bummer. But it's not like the game isn't fun, like, you know, I'm having a good time playing it anyway. At least there's that, like, you know, it's not like I'm... It's not like I'm hopeless and miserable, I'm just hopeless. Will you give me something I can work with, man? Finally. If Dragon's Lair had passwords, would you allow yourself to use them? No. Oh. Hey, Jelly, welcome in. Thank you for vacuuming, Jelly. I could hear you running it up there. I was confused. I was confused for a moment. It's hard to say with Dragon's Lair because, like, knowing the game as I know it now, which I admit is an imperfect and incomplete knowledge, but, like, knowing it as I do now, it seems like hope it didn't wake the baby. No, it doesn't look like he noticed at all. The thing is, knowing, like, Dragon's Lair as I do, like, if I discovered right now, like, like, I put Dragon's Lair on right now and discovered their password system all along, I wouldn't use it because I've already gotten so far without it. But if I had discovered one, like, on night one, I don't know, maybe I would have talked myself into using it. We use passwords sometimes. I don't like to, but it just depends on the game, right? Hey, Board Jams, welcome in. Could put the crib next to a wood chipper and he would stay sound asleep at that age. He sleeps really well. He slept really well from really early. Like, people always people would always ask us, and they still do, like, is he sleeping through the night yet? And, like, he slept through the night since, like, I don't know, month 3. He he got a handle on sleeping all the way through the night really quickly. I think. With an asterisk by that, because part of the reason he slept through the night was because Jelly and I were really proactive about giving him a midnight feeding session. I like that. That seemed to be invaluable. Frownie once built a rocking chair several feet away from Baby Man, and he slept through all the hammering. Port Jam says doing good. Good to hear. I still eat Trick cereal and still got the same fruity flavor and taste to it. I haven't had Trick cereal in a long time, but you know, I could eat a bowl. I could eat a bowl or two of it. That's not one that I had very often growing up. That was more of a rare treat than a real staple. We had a lot of we just had a lot of generic cereals in my house. When I was a kid. A lot of generic Fruit Loops and generic Lucky Charms. It would also have been okay if Baby Man exploded awake into some big baggy pants and started singing "Can't Touch This, Hammer Time." Oh. We now have LCM cereal only here in Australia. It's LCM's marshmallow flavored cereal. Yeah, I don't remember what the generic cereals that I had were called, but they were we had a lot of generic Fruit Loops and generic Lucky Charms, I think, were the most common. I think we'd get name brand Cheerios. And if we got Captain Crunch, that would be name brand, but that was very rare. But we would get that sometimes because my dad liked it. But he just likes the original plain, the Captain Crunch. No, not even any crunch berries. It seems that you can, I haven't had Trix or Captain Crunch since I was a kid. They still make those cereals. Jelly and I will buy a breakfast cereal every now and then, but we buy it to have as a dessert, like, as it, like, properly is. And that'll be like once or twice a year. Hey, manager, welcome in. Good to see you, thank you. Grateful to have you here. Hope you are well. I don't know if I just discovered or remembered that you can get a Star Punch by... Well, I can't do it, but hypothetically, if I were to punch Bald Bull while he's winding up his fists, then you get a star from that. I don't know if I knew that before and forgot, or if I learned it. I saw it happen just now, so now I know it happens. Speaking of sugary treats, I have a pineapple with me tonight. That is phenomenal. Trick cereal, pineapple flavored, now with added flavored marshmallows and extra sugar. Pineapple, something no pizza should be without, Zergling says. It's a good way to get a pizza all to yourself in my household. I don't know how many times he's gonna punch. Oh! Alright, this is a rough round one. Things are not going well. I gotta wake up. Jelly's favorite pizza toppings are pineapple and pepperoni. But, I just definitely don't have the taste for it. But it's not surprising. I don't have the taste for a lot of things. So I saved my pineapple for dessert. No. Didn't get the star from him that time. I got one and immediately lost it. This is going so bad. Oh no. We're gonna go to decision and I'm gonna lose it. I'm really shocked that none of those, a few punches a moment ago hit me. Wow, right back up. I mean, look at that health bar. This is the situation is laughable. Oh, that was horrific. I don't know how that decision went in my favor. There must have been some bribery happening. There must have been some bribery happening behind the scenes. That makes no sense. That was a stunningly poor performance from me. Doc is Don King, Greg says. I suspect that there's, like, more real-world, inspiration in Punch-Out than I'm able to recognize, because I'm just not well-versed in the sport and its history. really, I was just joking with that. I, I mean, I don't really follow any sports. Um, I watched a fair amount of boxing when I was a kid because my parents were kind of into it, but not in a way that like I knew who the fighters were or like remembered them from bout to bout or anything like that. Um, I just watched mostly just taking in each event sort of in isolation. Um, but like combat sports are difficult to get into in a way, I feel like, because they are so irregular in like the structure of like the what fights happen and when. Like they're all like someone can earn a belt and then just sit on it for like decades if they really want to. It seems I don't know how it works exactly, but it's not like it's not like baseball or football where like you know every year that like all the teams are going to face each other in a structured way, and then you're going to get like a new like you're going to have a Super Bowl every year and like crown a new champion. Like like if there was a reliable roster of fighters and like they paired off in a structured like way to like have an ultimate victor like an equivalent of a Super Bowl every year, it'd be much easier to like follow what it's all about, I think. And I guess like for like safety reasons and like the need to recover after matches, like that's maybe less practical, but I don't know. No bad talking pro wrestling, the greatest sport in the world, Mile High Roll says. I used to watch WWF back in the days of Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage. Oh yeah, snap into a Slim Jim. Yeah, I never got into pro wrestling either. Some of my friends did. I might could have gotten into it, but just didn't have the proper exposure at the right time, I guess. Of the Royal Rumble coming in 2 weeks. Uh, At- Atticus Cogar versus Bear Bronson. Gonna be a fun weekend for wrestling. I don't know who either of those two fighters are. I knew Hogan and Savage, but more from their movies and television commercials. than any of their time in the ring. I think the secret to being good at Punch-Out is partially to be way more aggressive than I am. I'm a very defensive player. I think if you, want to be good, you gotta be way more on the offense than I ever am. I tried to throw that star punch, but my input didn't read. Only one in WWF, or excuse me, WWE. Haven't cared in the slightest for over 30 years, Greg says. If only that could have happened in the previous round. Whenever I see my opponent, like, winding up for a punch, though, my instinct is never to interrupt their wind-up. My instinct is always to avoid what's coming at me. It's where all that hypothesizing about the usefulness of an aggressive approach. It's like, what's putting that on my mind? Alright, the fight I've been dreading all night. Dodged way out there to the right for no reason. Hey cows, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you've had a good weekend. Hey, Mr. Referee Mario, I like your hair. He's dropping some compliments, hoping to get some judgments in his favor, I can see. Surely Mario is a man of greater integrity than that. Let's go. Oh. There we go. I was about to say, can we do something else, please? I was watching his health bar and not him, and I thought he was about to fall. Then I punched too many times, and... Not the best round one. One moment. Alright. Welcome back. Let's go. I'm snacking on pineapple tonight, and I'm trying to remember to mute the mic before I chew to save everyone from that noise. So if you see my lips moving, but you don't hear anything, it's probably because I forgot to unmute myself. Or no, it's not because I'm forgetful. It's because I've been betrayed by the most evil of all the by the most evil fruit in all the produce section. Pineapples are evil fruit, Cow says. They're diabolically delicious. Oop. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I'll translate the sound. I know, some people some people get really bothered by the sounds of someone eating. And, I mean, I don't particularly think that they are very flattering sounds, and I don't particularly want to listen to someone eating either, so... Mac's pessimism doesn't really... I think Mac is more pessimistic than I am, and that's hard to be. Because there's some times where I think I'm doing pretty okay, and I mean, I guess to be fair, I'm not the one that has to take the punches. I just can't keep the rhythm of that. Ooh, I almost didn't make it back up. No, I lost the star. That's a tremendous loss. I don't get those very often. Oh no. Twice in a row? Come on. That's not fair. Oh no, I think I'm dead. I'm dead. Alas. Oh. The Macho Man fight is just so bizarre because I'm so inconsistent at it. Sometimes I can take down Macho Man in a single round, and most of the time I can't. I knew I was going to be in purple mode before long, and again. Oops. And again. Oh, maybe not. Sometimes I feel like I spend more time purple than not purple. Tried to mix things up and get a little aggressive, and I really should know better than that. Microsoft really making me want to change to Linux tonight. Said no to the updates and then discovered Copilot and OneDrive just happened to reinstall themselves. Oh boy. Well, I've been using Linux for 5 or so years now. No regrets. And I'm like crazy bad at computers. They've become the virus everyone needs to be protected from. Two in a row. The 3 in a row. It's the only move he knows how to do anymore. It finally got me. I knew it was coming the 3rd time too, and still. Alright, well, let's see. It's so annoying to earn a star and then lose it the very next punch. I think that part of the problem is I'm always distracted by just earning one because it happens so rarely. Got lucky there. Cool. $35-0, what a record. Just can't feel the timing for that tonight. Got lucky there. Please don't immediately do your tornado spin when you get up. He heard me. I got to use a star. I can't believe that didn't end up hitting me. I dodged so many times at the wrong time. Oh, is that it? I think that's it. Let's go. First Tyson of the night. Not coming strong off of that Macho Man fight, though. Kinda just barely hanging in there right now. Wipe the sweat off my palms. Hey, Shadow, welcome in. Finish it, Frownie. Oh, I really don't know. I really don't know. Just dive right in. Well, I didn't return a lot of fire, but I avoided a lot of damage. That's, Do you think the speed of your fingers can match the strength of my fists? Oh. Still got some old Doctor Who merchandise. I don't know much of anything about Doctor Who. I know there's a blue telephone booth that I think is a time machine, and that's about it. uh, oh my goodness, he started blinking again. Oh, it didn't knock me down. Oh my goodness. Oh, turn it around, Frownie. Ah! Well, I think I'm dead. You know what? I figured out you gotta watch his face. I've never noticed how active his face is until this fight right here. If you want to return fire on him, you really need to, like, duck out of the way when he winks. Because if you react to his punch, you'll be too slow, I think. Good run. Well, I don't feel great about it, but it's, at least it's, like, up there with my PB, and I might have learned something new. Did I earn 2 stars? I think I earned 2 stars. I didn't get to use either of them, but I earned them. That's, different. Learning is always good. I don't know if I've successfully knocked him down or not. I don't think I have. I think I got a star from him before on one of our really old runs, but I don't know if I've ever landed one. That's the thing about, like, when you're working on a game and then you stop for a year and a half. It's hard to remember how you were doing before. They released official Super Mario metal coins for Mario's 25th anniversary. I don't remember anything from the 25th anniversary. I enjoyed the 35th anniversary. I really liked to play Mario 35. That was a good time, that game. I know there's still people keeping it alive unofficially. So if I really wanted to, I could probably figure out how to play it again, but I don't know. I'd be really happy for Nintendo to release, like, a deluxe version of that game. Um, Mario 35 with, like, maybe some of the other 2D Marios. stages built in. Be a lot of fun. All right, let me have another bite of pineapple, and then we'll dive back in. I should reset my audio too. I should be doing that more frequently. I think I also did a pretty good job at avoiding Mike Tyson's super strong punches in round 1. I don't know if he hit me with any of those, did he? I know he clobbered me in round 2 with them, but I think I might have avoided all of them in round 1. I want to count how many he does. I want to count how many times he does that at the start of round 1, but it's too many. I always lose count during it. You didn't get hit with the super punches. That's pretty good too. I don't know if I've managed that before or not. That feels like the kind of thing I might not have done before. Oh, I wasted 2 stars. Oh my goodness. Glass Joe's putting me through the ringer. It felt like I could have just done that all day. We were really kind of locked into a pattern there. Hey VHS, good to see you. Thank you for the good luck wishes. I just lost to Tyson, but I made it to round 2, and I may have learned a thing or two. So I feel like it's been a productive night. Shadowplay, welcome in. Good to have you here as well. Hope you're both having a great Monday. Always weird going back to those slow fighters after fighting Tyson. I sometimes dodge way too early and get hit. Yeah, definitely. It's very weird to go back to the slow guys. They're way harder after you're used to the speed of the later fighters. Getting close to beating it? Well, right now I'll just settle for seeing round 3. If I can live into round 3. The thing is, before I beat it, I know I'm gonna get to Tyson. Like, the thing is, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to go through all the steps of getting to round 3, surviving the end of round 3, and losing the decision, and then eventually I'll get to where I can survive round 3 and hopefully win by decision. I don't know. knocking him out doesn't feel like a real like a realistic possibility. I may have to settle for just winning by decision, but you know I'll take it. uh, no, I won't. uh, I think you can knock him out. Hopefully, eventually. Oh. Oh my goodness. He's so slow. You never know, it's possible. I mean, I'm gonna keep plugging away at it. I would like to, you know, my secret ambition is I would like to be able to run through the whole game and get a perfect, like, you know, what is it, 13-0 record? To do a no losses run through the whole game. It's part of why, that's part of like why I don't mind the no passwords gimmick. I mean, I do, but that's how I deal with the situation, is I keep telling myself that. Oh, nice. I thought that was only the second time I knocked him down. Why stop there? Could go for a damageless run. Yeah, that's a bit too much for me, I think. Because I believe you take damage when you block. There's actually a couple moves I don't know how to avoid damage on. So even like a hypothetical damageless run is, it's not something I understand the game well enough to imagine doing. Let's go. Damageless is quite an ask. What about knockdownless? Knockdownless seems like something I could eventually do with like 1,000 hours of training. Like that doesn't seem outside the realm of possibility. A no knockdown run. If I because I'm pretty sure I've done every fighter in isolation with no knockdowns. So stringing them all together, you know, except Tyson, of course, but I think everyone up to Tyson, I think I've had a no knockdown fight individually. Not really sure how to trick this guy into giving me a punch I can work with. Could be a cool challenge to try for on the way to beating Tyson. Yeah, I mean, if I just pay attention, like I might even just get it accidentally. The thing is, I don't want to. I don't really want to. Like I don't like. That's what I'd have to do is just get it naturally because I really do. Like I really can't play the game to where like I'm gonna reset when I get knocked down when I haven't even beaten Tyson. Like that's gonna really slow down my Tyson practice. But if I lock in, I could get it kind of casually on the way there. I mean, aside from Macho Man, I don't even know who I'm really afraid of, like, who would even knock me down. Um, I mean, like, Bald Bull or Sandman can knock me down, of course, but I don't really feel like it's very likely to get knocked down by either of them at this point. Or not necessarily likely. Hey, EpiPen, welcome in. Are you gonna practice Tyson by passwords? Not if I can help it. I made it to Tyson once tonight so far, and it was one of my better attempts. I was here first but didn't say anything. You missed your chance. I sometimes forget how unreasonable Frownie is, too. But this is Bald Bull 1, right? Hey, turkey for dinner tonight, right on. Bone in, back in, turkey breast. Nailed it. Uh-oh. Let's go. I think that's number 3. Number 3. So much work. Bought it on sale after Thanksgiving. Threw it in the freezer. I've only cooked like a big turkey, maybe twice myself. Basically, only the wings and legs have been removed. I'm pretty lukewarm on turkey, generally speaking. I like to have it, you know, at the holidays. But it can be hit and miss. I never did turkey, but I've cooked duck a few times. I've never had duck. I had to give it a go. I was trying to anticipate his attack. I forgot about the eyebrows. I don't know how I forgot about his defining feature, but I did. Ah, I got a star and lost it. Just too much of that going on. Oh, bogus. Duck is definitely my favorite bird so far, Zergling says. To eat, that is. Love it, VHS says. I have chicken all the time. Like, you know what? I have ground turkey a lot. Like once or twice every other week, I would say. At least I'll have ground turkey. Jill and I use ground turkey to make tacos. Which, I mean, you don't really taste the turkey so much in that, right? It's more about, like, all the seasonings and whatnot. So, like, that isn't really a good, like, example to present for a case of, I enjoy turkey. But I find turkey to be satisfactorily utilitarian. We have chicken more than anything, though. It's overwhelmingly it's chicken. And turkey dinner sounds like a mistake to me. A missed steak. It takes up so much space in the fridge. You marinate it, butter it up, dry it off with paper towels, marinate it, and season and butter again. A lot of washing hands over and over. Hopefully you have several days worth of leftovers to enjoy and take it easy now. Had ground turkey chili over Christmas. Was awesome. Yeah, I'll use ground turkey in my chili too. I usually use a split of a pound of Italian sausage and a pound of ground chili, pound of ground turkey in my chili. It's replaced ground turkey's replaced ground beef in a lot of my cooking, except, you know, for like a hamburger. I don't really want to eat a turkey burger. I don't think it'd be awful, but it wouldn't hit the spot that it wouldn't hit the spot that I would be seeking to satisfy if I swapped out my burger meat like that. My favorite way to have turkey is shredded and like in a stir fry or with fajita seasoning. I always think that those like big like turkey legs that you can get at like the Renaissance fair or whatever, they always look like a good idea, but in practice, they've got like a lot of stringy, like, cartilage in them that make them kind of unpleasant to eat in practice. This is the only other preparation of turkey I can really think of. I actually got to use a star. Miracles and wonders abound. Let's go. If somebody ever makes you a turkey, they love you. I promise you, especially if it's not Thanksgiving and they're just making it for everyone. Turkey should be the traditional Valentine's meal. Hey Chozo, welcome in. Hope your stream earlier went well. You were playing something, I think it's something on the PlayStation 2 that I didn't recognize. Hope the runs have been going okay. Well, I've made it to Tyson once, and I tied my PB again. So no real progress. It was a good match. Round 1, I took remarkably little damage in round 1. And round 2 is pretty rough, but... Nothing says I love you like meat, Chozo says. Yeah, no worries, Chozo. Dark Watch, made by Capcom. Dark Watch. I do like Capcom games. Has this guy been extinguished yet? I don't have a local Costco, but I think I heard a rumor that one is supposed to open within driving distance of me. I have to check with Jelly because I'm not exactly sure where. This is a rough soda pop. The first time I knocked him down this round, it was rough. Tried to like chicken and turkey on many occasions. It's so dry, not enough grease and fat for me. I don't like the breast of chicken and turkey. I don't know why. It's like how I can't stand carrots. This is the worst soda fight ever. Fried chicken is pretty greasy. Best chicken for me so far has been bone-in, skin on chicken thighs. Still isn't duck, but not bad. Yeah, I usually do leg quarters. That's probably what I'm cooking tomorrow, in fact. I have a lot of chicken leg quarters. That's like my go-to protein. If you peeked in through my window on any random night, the odds of you spotting me eating that are higher than anything else by a huge margin. Bit close there. Yeah, I know. That was a rough fight. I prefer just the thighs, but it's cheaper to get the quarters, so I get those. The quarters have the leg attached. The quarters the thigh and the leg. Never tried duck before? No, me neither. If you're a fan of fatty meats, you're missing out. I'm sure there's somewhere around here I could get duck, but I I've just never seen it hanging out at the store. And I never really think to keep a... I never really think to go on the hunt for it. Duck's easy to mess up, but done right, it's amazing, Zerol says. Go to the Asian or Korean grocery store, H Mart if you have one. Leave it to the pros. I always feel like I ate too many hot dogs after eating duck. I guess Origami, welcome in. Okay. I think now if I... This is Dawn 1 or 2, actually. I don't remember. I lose my focus. run out the clock so I have an easier second round. Let's go. It's so annoying that you game over after one try at Tyson. It's so annoying that the game robs you of your continues when you get there. Oh, I'm doing bad. I do better when I don't try and fight back during that phase. That's why your no password method is hardcore. Oh my goodness. Where was I? I've only had a password system to go back straight to Tyson, so annoying. A Philly cheese wake? Is he from Philadelphia? It was a bad time to feel like I needed to blink. Frownie should become a boxer. And use everything that I know. Convert my punch out strategy 1-to-1 to real life. Oh. Might not have been the smartest use of that star, but it was the only chance I was going to realistically have to use it, so... I've wasted so many of them. I can't be too precious about trying to save them. Let's go! 1-round knockout! Tremendous turnaround from the Macho Man of before. Fair. Macho Man does turn himself around a lot. Thank you for the GGs. Let's hope my Tyson performance doesn't turn around. By which I mean, I just hope it doesn't get worse. It could definitely stand to get way better. Here we go. Oh, too early. Second punch took me out. I don't think I'm gonna make it to round 2. You know the weird thing? You know the weird thing about those super punches? Is they're actually way more forgiving than they seem to be. Which is an interesting thing to say when I just got demolished by so many of them back to back. But the thing is, my biggest problem is dodging them too early out of fear. If you actually wait until you see the blink, you have plenty of time. You have plenty of time once the blinking starts to hit the button. But getting that through on like a level where I could live by that is not easy. Oh, that was miserable. I've heard people say the exact thing you're saying now, Frownie. uh... Yeah, getting hit by Tyson for real in his prime would probably have you reconsider getting hit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that there would be a second hit. Well, sure there would, right? It'd be me hitting the mat. Would it be worth some Tyson practice? Well, that's the whole point. Is that's why I keep playing the game, is so I get a chance to practice against Tyson again. You can't get jumpy. That's always my problem, Shadow says. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. If I can just get that through, Yeah, why are you not using passwords to challenge me faster? Tyson is getting impatient. See, that's really that's my big strategy, is, I hope that maybe if I don't use the passwords, it'll take me so long to get back to him that he'll succumb to old age. I was laughing when I heard in Ip Man he actually broke his hand on Donnie Yen's elbows and still kept going. Oh, I don't think I want to do much of anything with a broken hand. Donnie Yen the whole time was like, Tyson at any time could kill me. War of attrition, I like it. From the top. I was waiting for Glass Joe to throw some super punches at me. All these star punches. I've used my right arm more in this one match than I did the whole previous run. Cause I'm the best, welcome in. Hope you are doing well. Let's go. Wow, that guy, if you punch him when he's going wah wah wah, then he just falls down no matter what, it seems. Yeah, I made it up to Tyson twice tonight. The first attempt went pretty decent. The second attempt was over in 2 seconds. So I have lived both ends of both ends of my spectrum already tonight. I learned. I think I learned a couple things. I think I learned a couple things, but whether or not I'll be able to put any of them to use is gonna remain to be seen. Forgot I was supposed to punch that guy in the stomach for the star. Oh, that was way too early. I punched a year before he got to me. What's the most retries you went into the Tyson fight with so far? I've made it up there with all my retries intact, but it doesn't matter because you don't get to retry if you lose to him. It takes all your continues away. It's evil. Yeah, you only get one chance when you make it to him. That's the thing I was complaining about that earlier tonight. That's the thing that just drives me the most out of my mind. As I get all the way there, if I get all the way there with my continues and they just go away. I think if I ever do start to break down on my no password rule, that's how it will happen. Is I think I'll say, well, if I make it to Tyson with 2 continues and I die, then I'll give myself permission to use the password twice to make up for the continues I lost. Alright, that'll be the start of the slippery slope where I start to cheat and break my own rules. Tyson even now is a monster if you watch him. I mean, I'm not getting in the ring with him. Everyone looking forward to that Frownie versus Tyson fight. It's gonna just have to live with disappointment. The closest I'll be is Wii U boxing. Frownie is too humble. It would be funny though, a Mike Tyson playthrough of Wii boxing. I don't think I've ever played any of those like Wii sports games. They were all the rage there for a bit, and I just completely missed out on them, I think. Like the Mike Tyson versus Alien Boxers game. Motion controls are finicky to say the least. Yeah, I'm pretty. I mean, I don't think I'm unique in this regard, right? But I kind of can't really stand motion controls. I say that. And one of my favorite games is a motion control game, so I really need to rethink that policy. It's a fun gimmick, but it's a gimmick. Oh yeah. Would have been cool if that game was well made and cool. Mike Tyson versus the aliens. That's that Power Punch? Is that the game? SNES Punch Out is still the best one. I've played SNES Punch Out as a kid. My cousin had that game. I played it a bit with him. I know it's different. I don't really remember how it works. I know there's like a meter that runs along the bottom of the screen. That's like a super ability of some sorts. And I remember the first guy, Gabby J, is basically Glass Joe. Bear Hugger, I think, is the second guy. He's basically King Hippo. I think Bald Bull is in that game too, right? I don't know. We could make it up to like the guy who does the like acrobatics off the ropes and kicks you in the face. I think we could make it up to that guy when we played as kids. But we has a solid place in gaming still. That place may be a senior citizen bowling night, but it is a place, Zergling says. Yeah, I guess that's more than some consoles have, right? Reminds me so much of the arcade versions. Gabby J is canonically Glass Joe's student. Which explains why he has the same record. So yeah, I've played a bit of Super NES Punch Out. I would be up for trying to master that game if I ever get through this one. That could be nostalgic for me to revisit. I haven't played it since we were kids. I'm surprised how much I remembered from it just now. His only win was against Glass Joe himself. You have a rough time in both of them, Shadowplay? I mean... I'm barely hanging on in this one. You know, I regret my cowardly statements earlier. If anyone out there, the next time you're talking to Mike Tyson, if he wants to arrange a match, I'm up for it. I knew it. Yeah, I'll let him know. I wouldn't want to. Thinking about it, you know, more. I wouldn't want to disappoint him. I know he's been looking forward to it for a long time. TKO. Completely unrelated question. Do boxing venues cover for ambulances, or is that out of pocket? I don't know if the venue... I don't know that the venue foots the bill. I don't know how that works. I mean, I assure that I'm sure that insurance arrangements are part of all the pre-fight paperwork. But I mean, you know, the implication there. I'm not a monster. Tyson's not going to need an ambulance when I'm done with him. Nothing gets past me. I heard many boxers have heard of Rocky to being accurate. Even now, if you're in the low ranks, you get low care. If you're high status, they take care of you. Yeah, sadly, I believe that's probably the case. You'll lose by exhaustion. He won't be able to touch you with your lightning fast dodging skills. Oh, I forgot to block. Oh, I forgot to punch. I forgot to be talented at the game. Oh. It makes me feel bad for everyone in the minor league on Wii. Yeah, I think being a professional fighter can be a pretty rough time. Nope. What am I doing? That's the wrong kind of punch. James Toney went into the UFC, thinking he would destroy everyone with just his boxing. His first opponent was Randy Couture. He immediately double-legged him and pounded him bloody. Ronda Rousey was the same. She went against a kicker and just got dominated. Oh. Always wanted to get into boxing, but there's nowhere in my town to learn any of it. Ronda never recovered. There's a judo club? Take what I can get, I guess? I've heard quite good things about judo. Ah. My goodness. I'm trying to fight this guy like he's Honda. I'm just doing all the wrong stuff. Oh my goodness. Focus. I need to focus. I don't think this fight's going my way. Oh, I got lucky there. At the very least, I'd like to combine kickboxing and judo. Oh my goodness, how many times is he gonna get up? All of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what turned it around. I was doing so bad for so much of that fight. I'm pretty perplexed as to how I won. Bold Bull took pity on me. I used to street box growing up. About it. I did Taekwondo for a very short period. I took a semester of Taekwondo in college, and then I Took it for about a year when I lived in Korea. I took a very, very, very tiny amount of fencing in college, too. And I kind of wish I'd stuck with that. But it wasn't meant to be. And so we did our neighborhood street boxing and breakdancing. Gonna head out. Have a great time. Hey, thank you for stopping in, Best. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your night, and hopefully we'll see you again. If I was learn any style, it would be Muay Thai. People who I know that know it are durable people. I think if I was going to take up a martial art today, it'd have to be something more along the lines of Tai Chi. Pretty sure I got concussed once street boxing. Oh no. Yeah, my martial arts style is walk away and let someone else deal with it, Zergling says. Yeah. About training the martial art of conflict de-escalation. Was out on my feet. I don't think I've ever actually lost consciousness other than sleep and, you know, being anesthetized. Yeah. I think I've ever, like, been knocked out or fainted. Whoa. Some of these Muay Thai dudes have steel arms and legs. Oh, get back up. I fainted for a few seconds, but been awake the whole time. Get knocked out when I got hit by a car when I was 11. Oh my goodness. Won too many fights when I was younger. Couldn't even play fight without getting told I hit too hard. Better for me if I just don't. I'm the anti-Nike fighter. Just don't it. Just don't it. Macho Man, we meet again. Oh, bad people like Tyson, Michael Jai, or Chuck, who gets fights picked with constantly because of who they are. The thing is, I can't imagine, can't really imagine what it would be like to be a famous fighter. I guess I'll know after that Tyson match, but for now, I can't imagine what it'd be like to be a famous fighter. But I think even more difficult to imagine is living the kind of personal, social life where I would be likely to encounter people who would randomly want to fight me. It made me live through that spin attack, and then I didn't even get to return any damage. This game is bogus. It made me do that. And then Macho got saved by the bell. I was expecting the other attack. We have a raid coming in. Very nice. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for joining us. I've got to stay in the zone for 30 more fake seconds, and then I'll be with everyone. Hope you're having a great night. Oh no. Oh, so close. So close. Welcome in, Laser Loss or Laser Los. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Playing pinball. Laser Los. Right on. Sorry about that. Thank you for the help. Welcome in, Pez. Welcome in, Sign Out. Thank you for coming along. I'm curious as to what variety of pinball this may have been. I really like. Did that say? I really like pinball, but especially on pinball machines. But digital pinball is good too. But I'm stunningly trash at it. I've only I was really fond of Galactic Pinball on the Virtual Boy. That's probably the pinball machine, air quotes machine, that I've logged the most hours in. I played some of, I think it's called Super Pinball Behind the Mask on the Super Nintendo, and that game, I think there's a malevolent spirit that lives inside that game. That game feels very hostile. Whenever I play Super Pinball on the SNES, I feel this sense of dread, like there's an unseen being in the room with me that wishes me ill. It's pretty. It's a pretty unpleasant. It's a pretty unpleasant experience. I don't like it. What else have we played? Pinball on the Atari 2600. We played a bit of that. That game's real bogus. I know, we're working on Punch-Out now, so for anyone new to this playthrough, this is night 13 of my attempts to beat Punch-Out. I've made it to Tyson a handful of times, but I've never gone all the way and beaten the whole game. I have been pretty stubbornly committed to trying to do this without any outside assistance or research. So I remain somewhat limited in what I know about the game. And I'm stubbornly insisting on never inputting a password. And I really regret that decision, but not enough to go back on my word yet. So if I want to practice Tyson, I have to play the whole game for an hour just to get one chance to see him. It's a pretty stunningly terrible way to play Punch-Out, but if you're here for the journey and not the destination, then hopefully it could be an enjoyable time. Lately, I've been doing this about once a week. I actually started this about a year and a half ago. We did the first 10 nights about a year and a half ago, and then about the time my son was born, I put this game on pause. And he's 15 months old now, and I just came back to it 2 weeks ago. So that I was I was a little rusty when I came back to it, but not as much as you would think I'd be for not playing it for 15 months. So you're all caught up to speed now, I think. Oh, and I almost never used the A button, but that's more of a joke than a real feature. I mean, it's true, but that kind of happened by accident. I was just naturally gravitating toward near exclusive use of the B button for my punches, and then the chat started commenting on it, and then I decided I would be more stubborn and lean into that, so I don't use the A button at all anymore. So it's a very Southpaw dominant run. Hey, Black Fox, good to see you. It's been a while. I hope you've been doing well. Surely this is the run. Well, I've made it to Tyson twice tonight. I still got another round of Macho Man to live through. First time I made it to him, I actually did pretty well. I made it to round 2, so I tied my PB, and I might have learned a thing or two. Second time I made it to him was horrible. I died in the first 7 punches. Game over died. I barely lived a few seconds. It was as bad as it could be. I followed 4 months and 29 days ago. Cheers for the years. That can't be right. Yeah, okay. I was just clicking on your name there because I was thinking that cannot possibly be right. 4 years, 4 months and 29 days ago. That's that's more like it. Oh. Can't hold me down. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're doing well. So, well, I probably shouldn't talk while I'm fighting. How's your winter this year? Yeah, we've had our fair amount of snow and ice. Got really bad on 2 particular nights. Oh, let's go! We've had about I don't know, we've had about 2 feet of snow out there solidly since early December. We got a crazy amount. We got a crazy amount of ice a while back, and I had to go out and drive in it, unfortunately, and I slid like 4 car lengths on the ice at one point. My life flashed before my eyes. We just got our propane refilled today, though, so we're going to stay warm through the rest of the winter. Thank you for the good luck. Let's go. Nothing here yet. I would be happy not to get too much more. I'd be happy to not. I might have to do a lot of driving next month, so I would be happy if it didn't snow and ice anymore. But I don't think I'm gonna get that wish. Oh, I was just gonna say, for those new to the stream, this is kind of what I do. I'm a real big fan of very challenging games, and I typically try to play them blind, and usually end up playing them in the worst way possible. I'm a big fan of platformers, mostly, but I'll play a bit of pretty much anything. Though very few like sports or RPG titles. Um, I'll play a huge variety of action type games. In addition to very good games like this, I play a lot of broken trash games. If you were here last stream, you would have seen me struggling for 4 hours, failing to beat a Mary Kate and Ashley rhythm game on the Game Boy Advance. That's a stream that's going to haunt me for untold years to come. But right now, Tyson is going to haunt me. I think I remember seeing you play Lizzie McGuire on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, we played the whole trilogy. Those were an experience. Lizzie McGuire 3 was a nightmare because I went for 100% on that game, and that was miserable. 1 and 2 were pretty inoffensive. 3 was a disaster. I have scars. This goes on for so long. Oh, he did something else. What? Saved by the bell. Oh, it's so rough. So earlier tonight, in my first attempt, I finally learned on my first attempt of tonight, night 13, I finally learned that you really need to watch his face because he telegraphs his punches with a wink, and if you dodge in response to that wink, you've got a better window for punching him. And on my second attempt, I learned that you really need to not dodge early regarding the super punches when he flashes before a super punch. You have a lot more time there than you would think. So I'm trying to train myself not to dodge those too early. Now, in the round one we just lived through, I dodged too late, overcompensating, but making a different mistake is better than making the same one. Right? Oh. Oh no. Oh, get up. I'm watching his face. It's not doing me any good. He's too fast. Oh. Oh, we're dead. Alright, well. Better than the last attempt. Alright, well, no passwords. Reset my audio. And from the top. Good attempt, round two. I feel okay. I don't feel great, but I feel okay. At least we made it to round two. If I can avoid the humiliation of the round one defeat, then I can feel less bad. Phase 1 is rough, yeah. I talked to ChatGTP and it confirmed a solid strategy for this game is to use all the buttons on the controller. Well, it's a good thing I don't outsource my thinking to AI. The A and A button clearly stands for avoid. Hey, Arkanoid Addict, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Ah! No, I didn't finish Dragon's Lair. I'm taking a little break from it. I think Dragon's Lair will come back in February. I usually do a little Jankuary event for January. So Punch-Out is the only, like, break I have from the real, like, shovelware that I've been playing lately. I've been playing Men in Black and Mary-Kate and Ashley games for most of the month. Although I decided I would play Punch-Out on Sundays, but Sunday, I couldn't stream, so I'm doing it tonight instead. So I'm doing Punch-Out tonight instead. But no, I didn't finish Dragon's Lair, but I'm still working on it. We'll play it. We'll play it some more. I think in February I'm gonna try to finish. I'm gonna try and finish as many of the games that I started as I can that I didn't finish. But I don't know. Take all that with a grain of salt, because I had some really difficult games in my to-do list. If you would truly wanted a one-handed box, you could switch to the A button only, and then star punches wouldn't counterbalance your janky strategy. That's true, but I mean, when we really get down to it, I'll just stop using the star punches. You could finish Dragon's Lair at a backyard bonfire. I'd be lying if I said the temptation wasn't there. Generally speaking, I really don't like to destroy physical copies of games. But there are a few titles where it would seem to have some cathartic value. Like, ground beef tacos were amazing, Chozo says. It sounds good. Beans, lettuce, tomato. This guy's slow, but he's not slow enough that I should allow myself to be tempted to read. Onion, cheese, sour cream with them, jalapeno and lime sauce. I tend to have my tacos much more on the plain side. I usually just have meat, and then maybe some onion and cilantro and hot sauce. Yours sound a lot closer to how Jelly would eat hers, though. Does sound good, VHS says. I didn't do my meal prep that I would normally do on Sunday. I didn't do it yesterday, so I have to do it tomorrow, and it's much more difficult to... I don't really know how I'm going to do it. It's much more difficult to do during the week. And when I come to the USA, I'll have tacos Frownie style. We have a really good taco place nearby. I get tacos from there just like I described now, with steak and onion and cilantro, and they have this really good little, this spicy red sauce. I don't know if there's a name for it, but it's fantastic. El Pastor? No. With Frownie, they're tacos L out the door. I like making, fajitas at home, and I think I can put them together pretty well, but it's so much work to make the tortillas. Chili Day Arbol, I would think the sauce is. Maybe. I always forget. I mean to ask when I go to pick up the food what it's called, and I always forget. And I'm not, I'm not the one who's always going to pick it up, so I don't even have that many opportunities. I really just can't seem to abide, prepackaged tortillas. Yeah, I don't like those, it's pre-made tortillas that you can get in the bag or whatever. They have a very weird smell to them that's super off-putting to me. Nice to see someone with tortilla standards. Well, I wish I didn't find them repellent, because it'd be much more convenient, but yeah, if I'm gonna have tortillas, I really want them to be freshly made. Just have the meat, cheese, and sour cream. Skip the rest. Tortilla problem avoided. I'm alright with prepackaged hard shells. Yeah, those I think they're made of corn. Those I think are fine. They're not as good, but they're perfectly edible. I know the smell you're talking of. I think I'm pretty, like, I mean, it may not be unfair to describe me as I might be kind of hypersensitive when it comes to the smell of food. I think that's why I'm as picky of an eater as I am, is because I think that there's just particular smells that I'm really averse to. I do think at some point, and it's probably not going to happen for several weeks, but I do think at some point I'm going to switch strategies with Punch-Out, and not have these nights where I play a whole bunch of Punch-Out runs, but instead I'm going to play Punch-Out like once a night, every night. Just do one run at the start of every stream and see if that goes better for me. Because my first run of the night is usually quite strong. And if it only takes about an hour to get there, then like we can just do a Punch-Out run and then do something else for the other 3 hours of the night. I think that'll be a good way to split our time. Oh, we have another raid coming in, I think. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for joining us. Sorry, I'm trying not to blunder the match. Quantum, thank you for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Very good to see you. The Amazing Spider-Man. You're playing the, I think you're playing the NES version of that, right? I feel like I've seen the thumbnail, but I don't know what version it is. Well, it didn't look like the Game Boy version, which is the only one I've done. But I thought if I was right that it's the NES one, I probably didn't want to be spoiled on it. Oh, the DOS version? Well, that wouldn't be on my to-do list. I hope that's treating you well. I didn't even know there was a DOS version. I had the Amazing Spider-Man on Game Boy as a kid. That's all my childhood games. And we beat it on the stream several years ago. I played it pretty early on the stream, like year one. And it was the first time I ever beat it. First time I think I even ever got close. I hadn't played it since childhood. It was so much easier. How's Punch-Out? I've only done the arcade version. Punch-Out is good. I like Punch-Out. I'm not great at Punch-Out. I'm trying to beat it without ever using a password. And I can make it up to Mike Tyson now, but he is impossible. And so it's a very slow playthrough, given my refusal to use the passwords. You should play the Game Boy game, Chozo says. I don't think the Game Boy game is very good, but I'm very fond of it because of my nostalgia for it. Where does Walmart keep the Terminator toys? know. I don't know if I know enough about Terminator to come up with a punchline hypothesis. I'll? Oh, and the I'll be back. Oh, that's good. Ba-bumps. Never seen the Game Boy game? It's kind of a standard platformer. I feel like the character sprites are too big. You take up way too much room, and that makes it not the most pleasant experience to play. The DOS game is certainly unique. Unique. Let's go. There's a couple of them on the Game Boy. I think there's actually 3 Spider-Man games on the Game Boy. I only own the first one. A friend of mine had the second one, so I've seen a little bit of the first stage of that one. The third one is a complete mystery to me. I liked Spider-Man when I was young. I liked that cartoon, the Spider-Man cartoon. I think it came on Fox. I didn't see like every episode of it, but I saw it pretty regularly. Let's go. Let's go. That's really nice when you can get that. Sometimes you can punch him there and he'll fall down and just stay down with one punch. It's great. I can't make it happen very often, but it's really nice when it does. One Punch Mac. One of my coworkers, when I lived in Houston, was insistent that the concept of One Punch Man had been stolen from him. He never presented any evidence, but he made the assertion quite adamantly. Hey, Pixel Glow, welcome in. You're in Houston? Right on. I lived there for like 7 years. It was too hot for me. I'm a cold weather creature. So I was I was doing everything I could to not melt every day. I had a lot of good friends, and I had a lot of good times in Houston, but I'm not made for the hot weather or the big city life. We don't even have a real winter. Oh, I know, I know. There was one day where it got cold and there was like a little bit of snow. Not like real snow, but like a very fine dusting. And we got off work for the day because they were worried that people wouldn't know how to drive on the overpasses when I was down there. And that was the only day it ever was like that's the closest it ever got to be winter. I went from that to I live in Wisconsin now. There's been I was going to say 7 years again. Oh, I was going to say 7 feet. There's been 2 feet of snow outside for the past 2 months. It's the exact opposite. I love it. Oh. It was 84 today here. What does Winter Cows says? It says 84. It was -4 for me today, Cows. Oh, 84. 84 is like call for a state of emergency. I lived through Hurricane Harvey in Houston. We were there when Hurricane Harvey happened, and we had been living in a first floor apartment. And the day of the hurricane, like we hadn't really like paid attention. We didn't know how bad things were gonna be, and we thought everyone was unnecessarily worried. So we didn't go out and hoard supplies, and we didn't make any real preparations. But the day of the hurricane, we moved from a first floor apartment to a third floor apartment, and because everyone else was like, because it was the storm, like none of our friends showed up. Everyone flaked on us. No one showed up to help us move, and our apartment complex had shut off the elevators because they were worried about the power going out and someone being trapped or something. And so Jelly and I, but just the two of us, had to move all of our stuff up to the third floor. We spent all day just dragging furniture and boxes and everything up there while the storm was going on outside. And I don't know, it was late. It was like 2 a.m. or whatever, and we saw that like there was a significant amount of water. We lived on like a drainage ditch, and the water had completely filled it up. And we were like, "Oh wow, it's things are worse than we thought they were gonna be." And like So I was keeping an eye on that, and I was like, well, I guess we'll see the water coming if it does, if it does really start to flood, you know, because it would come all the way up to the top of the ditch and was working its way across the lawn. We were on the edge, on the corner of the building, and so I was kind of watching that, and I was like, well, we've still got several yards before it gets here, so we'll be all right. But then I got to the point where I was just so tired I couldn't do anything anymore, and I told Jelly, I said, I'm gonna take a shower and we're done. So we were supposed to turn our keys in the next morning, and I was just like, they're just gonna have to wait at the office. We're just not gonna be done. So we're gonna turn them in late tomorrow or the day after. But I told her I was done, and then I was getting ready to take a shower, and then I saw that I was really annoyed that apparently the storm had scared our dog, and he had had an accident on the floor. Um, and I was just like, oh, just on top of everything else, now the dog is creating a mess I got to clean up. And then I went into the other room and I was to tell Jelly, and I was like, there's a mess in here too. And I was like, oh no, this isn't the dog having an accident. This is water coming up through the floorboards. The flooding, like that's the point I've taken a long time to get to, is the flooding didn't happen the way I thought it would. I thought we would see the water coming out from the drainage ditch across the property, but it didn't work that way. It just started coming up through the floorboards. Puddles just started emerging from below us. I was like, well, we're not taking a break. I'm getting everything out of here now. And we continued working and got everything out of that apartment, um, except for like one or two like things that we had intended to throw away. We were just like, all right, we'll just leave this behind. And so we got everything moved like during the storm as it hit. And when we woke up the next morning, or the next day, it wasn't morning by then. There was 4 feet of water in our old apartment downstairs. So it was demolished. Um, we very narrowly escaped losing everything that we had. Um, and in fact, in the unit right next door to us, another family had moved in that day, and everything. We even gave them some of our furniture. We gave them some bookshelves that we didn't want anymore. When we saw them moving in, we were like, "You guys want these?" And we gave them those, and then, but yeah, they all the everyone who lived down there on the first floor. We were very fortunate in a way that they weren't. Harvey wasn't that bad. I was in my high rise. Yeah, so it wasn't that bad for us. It was one terrible night for us, but we got the best of it. Everyone else had maybe not everyone, but a lot of other people had a considerably more horrible night and following months. Um, the one asterisk to that, which doesn't equalize things but is worth pointing out, is the reason we were moving that day was because a couple weeks before our apartment had been burglarized and we didn't feel safe living there anymore. So there was that horrible experience. But given burglary or flood, the burglary, in hindsight, is a blessing. I would much rather have the blessing of the burglary than the curse of the flood. So, but in the weeks in between, it didn't feel like that. But from the far off vantage point, I've never been so grateful to have been burglarized. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely got out at just the right time. It was pretty wild for us. We were trapped in our building for I don't know, about a week. Where we were. There were people driving boats up and down the streets. There were some people that were taken out by helicopter. But I mean, we made it through really smoothly. Like like I said, we hadn't prepared for the hurricane or anything, but just we had plenty of supplies on hand anyway, just because of the way we normally keep ourselves stocked. So we weren't wanting for anything except with no electricity, it was very hot. Well, we passed a lot of the time just playing Dr. Mario on the Game Boy Color and flipping through old Nintendo Power magazines. Jelly and I both worked in the library system, and after the flood, my branch that I worked at was it was hit really hard, and so it was out of commission for a long time. So I had to be relocated to another branch, and Jelly and I only had one car, and our commute was horrific. One of us would have to drop the other one off before even going to their own branch, and it was they weren't near each other. Alright, thank goodness that was Bald Bull too. I wish they didn't repeat fighters in this, just because I get confused about where in the roster I am. I never remember. But, I mean, with Dawn, it's easy to tell which version of him I'm fighting because he behaves very differently across the two times, but right out of the gate at least, he behaves very differently. But with Honda and Bald Bull, I consistently forget whether I'm on one or two with those guys. I mean, if they're gonna repeat the same guy, they could have at least, like, given, like, the rematch version, like, a fancy hat or something. Do you feel like fatigue sets in playing this game after the first run? Yeah. This I do get worn out with this game. It takes a lot out of me. That's part of why I'm thinking that, like, switching to just playing one run of this every night and not having dedicated punch out nights is probably going to be more productive, because I think my first run is typically my best anyway. This game is one, like, it makes me physically tired, but it also makes me mentally tired. I think that's also part of an effect of, like, the repeated fighters and the confusion about which of them I'm facing. I think that also makes me more exhausted because it makes the game. It makes it hard to tell where I am in the game, and ultimately, I think makes it feel like it takes longer than it does. I got lucky there. Oh. I'm not so lucky. Do you foresee future Punch Out, Super Punch Out in your future? I would like to, yeah, I would like to play that one. We were chatting a bit about it tonight. I've actually played that one a bit before. My cousin had that game when we were kids, and so I played it with him a bit. I feel like we could make it up to, like, the, like, 5th or 6th guy. I'm thinking, like, the second guy of the second set of opponents. was maybe where we could make it. There was a guy, it's a guy who would jump onto the ropes and then like do a flying kick and kick you in the face. I think that guy was our PB. I don't know if we ever beat him or not. I feel like that's the point we could make it up to. And I remember that there's some mechanic with like a power meter at the bottom of the screen. I don't really know. I don't know how much I like. I don't remember how much of like. I don't remember much about how the game works necessarily. I know there's differences, and I don't know how much we actually knew when we played it back then. But I would like to play it on the stream if I can ever finish this one. Um, I think that would be like that. The difference is that one would be nostalgic for me because I'm not sure that I ever even played this Punch Out like during my childhood, but maybe once or twice, very briefly, at the most. I didn't have any. I didn't have any close friends that had it, and I never rented it, so. If I ever played this one, it was in the briefest of passing moments before we started doing it on the stream. Oh. No, get up. Don't lose to Sandman. This guy's one of the easier fights. Oh, don't blunder. I have to go into the third round. My current book that I'm reading, I finished The Spider by McGrath. Now I'm reading The Exorcist by Blatty, and I'm about halfway into it. And, I mean, I know the story because I know the movie, and it seems to be very, like, pretty tightly close. But the priest, who's like one of the focal characters, they keep describing him by saying he looks like a boxer. I think that Blatty wrote the book hoping it would become a movie, and so I don't know. I don't know when the book came out as compared to like Rocky. So I was thinking, I wonder if he kept describing the priest as looking like a boxer because he was trying to plant the idea that Stallone would be good casting for him. Or maybe some other person who'd played a boxer recently. There's another character though that's He's a homicide detective, and I had to check the publication date because he is so much like Columbo that I had to put the book down. I was thinking somebody copied someone else's homework. Rocky versus The Exorcist. I looked. It looks like the book was originally published in '71, and I think Columbo started airing in '70 or '71. But so there's technically, and I know Columbo was a play before it was a. I believe the character originates in a play before the TV series became a thing. So like, there's time for direct influence, but it's pretty early on, so I don't really think it's likely looking at the timing. I don't know. I didn't look into it too deeply, but I was just like, I can't read the scenes with the detective without imagining Peter Falk playing him because he's so Columbo-esque. I read that book called Spider, and then the day after I finished it, I had a nightmare about spiders that night. There weren't any details that carried over from the book into my nightmare, but just the concept of spiders, generally speaking. But I dreamed about someone that was wearing a mask with too many eyeballs in it. It was a mask of a whole bunch of eyeballs. And they were like realistic human eyeballs. And then at some point, the eyeballs started climbing out of the face, and they were spiders with eyeballs on their backs. It was very difficult for me to get back to sleep with that imagery in my brain. You've never seen him flex his pecs? That's me every morning in the mirror. First time every morning when I catch my reflection, I gotta stand and flex my pecs. Thank you for the follow, my new friend. Welcome in. I think Macho Man just demolished me. I got too distracted by my own nonsense. I got too distracted by my own nonsense and blundered the fight. That was just about the most casual, distracted Sandman win I ever saw. Yeah, Sandman fight was pretty, I don't feel like we usually go to round 3 with him. Oh my goodness, Dawn. No, I didn't want to knock him down. Yeah, I gotta get my loss out of the way of Macho Man so I don't get one against Tyson. That's good thinking. That's the, that sounds like the true winning strategy. Make sure you remind Tyson how that works. Hey Mike, I don't know if you saw, but I took a loss against Macho Man a while back. So that means you have to let me win this time, okay? I think I'll go for it. It might have worked out if this was WWF. See, this first phase of Sandman is exactly how I need to do the first phase of Tyson. The, punishment for failure is not nearly as severe, though. Yeah, yep. I really hope Tyson doesn't have some, like, super special round 3 exclusive move that I'm gonna get shell-shocked by if I ever make it there, and then, like, have to struggle to learn how to overcome something new so late in the fight. $28 hearts. He got a lot of hearts. Big finish? Let's go. I don't really know how the heart system works. I'm not gonna have a terrible time trying to buy the Thorn Whip with this game's heart system. That's pretty good. Oh. I think I'm gonna do another playthrough of Castlevania 2. Not immediately, but it's on my mind as something I want to do. Need to finish up my Legacy of Darkness playthrough. want to get to Reinhardt's quest in that game. I haven't even unlocked him as a character yet. Let's go. I was really hoping he was going to give me moves I could work with. Here we go again. That single standing tornado punch gets me. I'm pretty fine with the single one, but that spinning one, I lose the rhythm on that a lot. Especially when he does it, like, into, like, the double digits. Sometimes he stands there spinning for so long, it's just unbelievable. I don't know if it's quite to the double digits, but it feels like it. There are times where it feels like he's just going to spin until he hits you, and there's no other way around it. Yeah, April 1st on the newspaper. I feel like I remember commenting on that before, that when I noticed that. That's the true ending to Punch-Out. It was all a dream. Too early. No. A whole hour just for that. It's no good. Can you imagine throwing vegetables into his mouth instead of trying to punch him? Imagine not being immediately destroyed when I get here. Oh well, that's it for tonight, my friends. Punch-Out will return. Maybe on Sunday. We've got a whole week to get through before then. I'm not even sure what I'm going to play this week. Some sort of janky trash stuff. We'll just have to see. I've got some got more Mary Kate and Ashley games I need to play. I'd like to start up an Echo the Dolphin game, so I think I'll focus on those this week. I should be back tomorrow night. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to get to stream. Normally I would, and I hope to, but there is a slight chance that I might have to not. So just keep an eye on the Discord. I think it's more likely than not, but I prefer to err on the side of caution. Thanks for a really punchy stream. Thank you, cows. EpiPen, Zergling, Zeril. Mary Kate and Ashley Girls Night Out is waiting. I was actually thinking about making that game a channel point redemption. To just put that on the back burner indefinitely. And just play that game when people burn their channel points on it, so the responsibility for putting it on the schedule is off my shoulders. Oh. That'd be a really cool move, right? I think that'd be a really good idea. I'm looking for us for a raid target. It's like, yes, here's someone playing Punch Out. Oh, it's me. All right, I suppose we will. head this way. Later, Frownie. Later, chat. Always a good time hanging out. Hey, thank you, Shadow. Thank you, my friends, for being here. I very much appreciate your company. Sorry this is such a miserable approach to the game, and I'm too stubborn to quit it, but that's just who I am, I guess. So thank you for being kind enough to share your time with me, and I hope that you're well until I see you again. Hopefully it'll be real soon. We'll think about some Olsen Twins games, an Echo game coming up tomorrow or later this week. But that's it for tonight, my friends. It's time to head out. Let's go on an adventure.